Testing. Okay. So heck. So I just realized that I was speaking to nobody. Um, so let's start this over. No, all formalities aside, I am extremely nervous. For any of you who know what it takes to work on one of these, it's an incredibly grueling process. It's going to take a long time. One of the reasons I'm streaming it is so I can document this. So if I'm successful, I can perform this technique. I can start advertising this service um, on my business end. Um, I will be following a video guide by Otherworld Computing, or OWC, as some of you are probably know them by. Um, Other than that, you'll notice that I'm doing this project. This is a personal project of mine. Rest assured, when a customer needs a computer fixed, I'm doing it in a decently clean, workspace with an anti-static mat. But since this is a personal project and I just want to get this over with, I am sort of doing this on a blanket just to keep the screen from getting super scratched. So yeah, 21.5-inch iMac from 2017. I bought this at the Vintage Computer Federation swap meet. I think on the 26th of February for $175. There's a very, very small chip on the glass in the upper left-hand corner, but it doesn't reach over the screen, so I'm not too worried about it. I figured that before I go splurging on a brand new MacBook, I try and fix up this and use this as my daily driver Mac. If you watched This Does Not Compute's video on a very similar upgrade for the hard drive side of things, you'll know that these things use 5400 RPM laptop hard drives, meaning they're relatively slow. So we're going to spruce that up with a Crucial MX500 1TB SSD. And then at the same time, since I don't really want to open this more than once, I'm going to put 32 gigabytes of RAM, which is the max that this unit supports. Again, I intend on making this my daily driver until I can afford a, brand new MacBook Pro, and not just like a bottom of the barrel one. I want to get a decent one so that it lasts me a while. But since this is a 2017 model, I'd say I have faith that Apple will support it for a while, but sort of because they have to on newer systems, but I don't know what to say. Anyways, I'm Eric from LevelUp Computers and Technology, and this is an iMac 21.5-inch hard drive and RAM upgrade stream. So without any further delay, let's get this started. So I am going to be using the OWC guide for this repair. So if you hear anything in the background, that's just my phone.
Hello and welcome to our instructional series of videos. In this installment, we're going to show you how to upgrade the memory in a mid-2017 21.5-inch iMac. This is a rather involved process requiring you to disassemble much of your iMac. It's recommended that you watch this video in its entirety before attempting this installation. We've already gathered our materials, shut down and unplugged the iMac, and are working on a soft, static-free surface. We're now ready to begin. The first thing we'll need to do is remove the display. The display on the iMac is held in place with an adhesive around the edges, which you'll have to cut apart. This is a tricky process which runs the risk of cracking the display, so you'll need to be very careful. Starting on one of the lower corners, insert the screen removal tool between the glass and the chassis. Work along all the edges of the iMac, taking care not to push out on the glass. All we're doing is cutting the tape holding the display on, not prying the glass away. The process may take a little bit, and you may need to go over sections multiple times, so be patient. The corners may be a little tricky.
So we're starting off with removing the display. This is really the scary part. So using the opening tool, I know this isn't the greatest angle, but I don't have much of a choice. You're going to stick it in one of the sides and then just push up and go around, and the goal isn't to pry the screen off, it is simply to remove the adhesive. Alright, looks like I've got that side done.
Ensure the tool is right up against the chassis to make sure all the tape is cut. When near the camera, you may feel some bumps as the tape is thin here. Continue around the iMac until you reach the other side. You may now lay the iMac face up on your work surface and attach the suction cups to the upper corners. Do one last check to make...
Okay, so we're going around with the wheel. And here's the part that's cracked just a slight smidgen. Hopefully I can keep it in one piece as I remove the last of the adhesive. And hold this screen in place. One more go around. And there. So now we're going to lay the system flat. Well, as flat as it can be. I'm going to sit back down.
Sure you've loosened all the adhesive around the edges of the iMac. Then lift the glass partway up using the suction cups. Inside, near the top, you'll need to detach two cables. For the first, simply slide it out of its socket. Then lift the glass partway up using the suction cups. Inside, near the top, you'll need to detach two cables. For the first, simply slide it out of its socket by its tabs. For the second cable, first lift up on the plastic tab to unlock the connector. Then slide it out.
Okay, so apart from the suction cups not wanting to stick, it appears as I need to go over and run the adhesive cutter one more time. No need to worry though.
Around the edges of the iMac, then lift the glass partway up using the suction cups. Inside, near the top, you'll need to detach two cables. For the first, simply slide it out of its socket by its tabs. For the second cable, first lift up on the plastic tab to unlock the connector. Then slide it out. You may now lay the iMac face...
Alright, so 10 minutes in and it's already given me trouble. That's always a good sign. You don't want to be too forceful when you're removing this adhesive. Well, you don't want to be too forceful when you're opening the thing, because there are cables that connect the display to the rest of the computer, to the logic board. Alright. Honestly, this is the hardest part. If you can get this out of the way, then the rest should be mostly trivial. Okay. And it looks like there's still some adhesive that's refusing to let go, so... Now, something to note is that this glass is very heavy because the screen is fused to the display. Okay, so you don't want to lift this any more than a few inches because there are cables hooked onto the board still, so...
Up on your work surface and attach the suction cups to the upper corners. Do one last check to make sure you've loosened all the adhesive around the edges of the iMac, then lift the glass partway up using the suction cups. Inside, near the top, you'll need to detach two cables. For the first, simply slide it out of its socket by its tabs. For the second cable, first lift up on the plastic tab to unlock the connector, then slide it out. You can then angle the display the rest of the way up and remove the adhesive holding the bottom of the display. Simply grab the tab on each side of the screen and slowly pull it towards the center until it comes free.
Okay. So... So both tabs are broken. And the screen is now off. Let's pull these suction cups. Pull these off. I mean the screen right there. I would call that the hard part. Well, so is removing the adhesive, but the really hard part. Again, a huge thank you to Otherworld Computing, OWC, for this guide. Without it, I'd probably be incredibly lost. I know there's the iFixit guide, but since I got the tools from OWC, I'm going to use their guide since it is a little different. And it's also in video format, so... So now we just have to get the adhesive off. Now, because I did destroy the adhesive here, there will be new adhesive going in its place. Like just like the RAM, they were also purchased from OWC. It was actually a very convenient kit that they released. Which came with all the extra tools. Now I do have an iFixit toolkit, but I did not have the iMac opening doohickamabob. The pizza cutter, I guess you could call it. So, you just pull off all of this foam adhesive. This stuff, I just sort of gotta peel, sort of slide the spudger, use it like a scraper, and then I will use some 99% isopropyl rubbing alcohol to clean the adhesive residue off, so that when when the new stuff is installed, it will be a perfect flush fit. Now do keep in mind that for this repair you will be handling the power supply. You want to, according to the OWC guide, you want to actually remove the power about 25 minutes in advance, and if you're feeling extra cautious, hold the power button in for about 10 seconds. Supposedly that can discharge any capacitors. That could give you a nice zap. Alright, so the adhesive's off on the computer side of things, and it's already a lot lighter. Now for the display. Luckily, it looks like that chip in the glass is actually sort of held in or retained in some way. I guess it's laminated. I know the panel is fused to the glass, so and that keeps me from having to pick up any little glass shards. I already work with stuff when I'm not running LevelUp. I already work with glass when I'm not running LevelUp Computing Technology, so I really don't need to deal with glass while I'm at home. And I guess that goes without saying, yes, I do have another job that I go to when I'm not fixing computers, streaming, or a combination of the both. So we're going to pull up, again, just removing the adhesive here, making sure it is clean and ready for the new batch that I'm going to put on, or new set. And I will be cleaning both the screen and the accompanying side on the iMac off, to make sure that all of the adhesive has been properly removed. And as for anybody following along, please, please, please don't treat this as a guide. This is just sort of something I'm documenting because, well, I gotta put out a video sometime. And what better way to do it than for me to highly likely fail at one of the most complicated surgeries you can do on a consumer electronic device. And I thought replacing the camera on an iPhone was bad. Alright, so now that I've gotten the adhesive strips off of the display and the computer itself, I'm going to actually wait until cleaning it off with the rubbing alcohol so that it's very, very fresh and very, very clean when that time comes to put the new strips on. So I'm now going to continue from the guide.
Finally, use your opening tool to slit any remaining adhesive along the center edge, and you should be able to remove the display and set it aside. We need to get at the back of the main logic board. To do that, we'll first need to remove a number of other pieces, starting with the hard drive. To remove the hard drive, we'll need to detach the retainers held in by these 4 Torx T10 screws.
So I'm going to actually get my iFixit sort of sorting tray out, because I want to be able to put all the screws somewhere that they will not go flying.
Other pieces, starting with the hard drive. To remove the hard drive, we'll need to detach the retainers held in by these 4 Torx T10 screws.
So the next step is to remove the hard drive. And to do that, you've got to remove a needlessly, actually I wouldn't say needlessly complicated. You got to remove a nice, well-built hard drive retaining bracket. It's actually got mounts in it so that it doesn't vibrate super bad. There is a screw that is smaller than this one right here.
Once you've removed the retainers, you can lift the drive up from the bay and detach the SATA connector holding it in. The connector can be tight and the cord is short, so it may just be a matter of finding the right angle.
And then I'm going to take off these sort of mounts, and it looks like they are held in with an adhesive. They are going to be reused. They're probably going to stick half as well, but in order for it to fit properly with the new SSD, I am going to reuse those parts. So here's the part where I bump out the hard drive, the SSD, and I'm going to have it duplicate in the background while I am working on the rest of this crazy upgrade. So I'm going to cut open the SSD. And this is again a crucial, I believe it is an MX500 2.5-inch SATA SSD. So I'm going to turn on my drive duplicator. I'm going to put the source disk in. And then I'm going to install the target device. And then press and hold. And push to start. Alright, so now that that's started,
Then set the drive aside. Next, remove the 5 small Phillips screws along the lower rim of the iMac.
so now we're going to remove So we're going to remove 5 Phillips head screws, and I believe iFixit called this the chin strap. It's a retaining bracket. Now I'm also going to put those in the little sorting tray. So there's that, and then got the screws out, and then
The center screw may be hidden underneath the tape near the center. We can now remove the lower support bracket, making it considerably easier to remove the components from the chassis. Next, we're going to remove the power supply.
so you're gonna remove this low. They call it the lower support bracket. I'm just gonna call it the chin strap. At this point, it's sort of the iMacs are sort of known for their chin, so just gonna call it what it is. That is out of the way.
The capacitors on the board can still hold a charge, even when unplugged, so you need to be extremely careful to hold the board by the edges and not touch any of the soldered connections. The first thing we need to do is disconnect the two visible connecting wires going to and from the board. The first wire is near the speaker and goes to the power button on the back. Simply slide it straight out of its socket.
So we're gonna remove the first cable off the power supply.
The other one is the power supply control cable, which slides out of its socket on the logic board in much.
And then we're gonna slide out this cable. I'm gonna bust out the spudger, pull it out evenly.
The same way. Next, we can remove these two Torx T8 screws.
Alright, so now we're going to pull out the T8. There we go. Remove the two screws that hold the nice little fancy power supply in place. Oh shit. Alright, so that screw fell in there. I'm going to wait until after the power supply is removed before I try to get that screw out.
Using just the edges of the board, pull the power supply forward to reveal more cables to disconnect. First, detach the cable leading to the back side of the cables to disconnect. First, detach the cable leading to the back side of the logic board by squeezing the small tab and sliding the connector out of the socket. First, detach the cable leading to the back side of the logic board by squeezing the small tab and sliding the connector out of the socket. Finally, we need to disconnect the AC inlet cable, which connects deeper within the iMac. This cable has a tab similar to the one you just attached. Push the small tab down to unlatch it and pull the connector straight out of the socket. You can now set the power supply board aside. Next, we can remove the hard drive bay itself. Finally, we need to disconnect the AC inlet cable, which connects deeper within the iMac. This cable has a tab similar to the one you just attached. Push the small tab down to unlatch it and pull the connector straight out of the socket. You can now set the power supply board aside. Next, we can remove the hard drive bay itself. It's held in place by a single Torx T8 screw. Latch it and pull the
Jesus. I would prefer to not get myself, I would prefer to not, I prefer not to die a gruesome electric death. There we go. You're going right over there. Because I'm frankly terrified of you.
You can now set the power supply board aside. Next, we can remove the hard drive bay itself. It's held in place by a single Torx T8 screw. Once the screw is removed, lift the bay up and remove the cables from the tabs underneath. Once the cables are removed, you can set the drive bay aside. Next, we're going to remove the fan. The unit is held in by these three captive Torx T10 screws. The first screw is pretty straightforward. Cables from the tabs underneath.
Okay, so the hard drive bracket's out.
Once the cables are removed, you can set the drive bay aside. Next, we're going to remove the fan. The unit is held in by these three captive Torx T10 screws. The first screw is pretty straightforward. For the second, you may want to remove the small rubber piece on top to make it easier to align your screwdriver. The third is actually located beneath a notch in the logic board. Next, unplug the fan connector from the logic board by simply sliding it out of its slot.
Very little dust in here.
You should then be able to lift the fan up and out of the iMac.
Yep, gotten that far.
Now it's time to disconnect any
There's
cables
that
from the logic
screw.
board. Let's start with the three innermost ones. For the camera cable, lift up on the tab to unlock the small handle, then slide the connector out of its socket. Remove the speaker cable by simply sliding
Camera
it out.
cable.
Small handle, then slide the connector out of its socket. Remove the speaker cable by simply sliding it out. Undo this connector by first lifting the latch on the back side of the connector, then sliding the cable out.
Next.
The next things we'll want to detach are the wireless antenna cables, located near the top of the iMac. First, you'll want to remove the two Torx T5 screws holding the wire retainers in place.
Okay, so the scary cables have been removed, the ones that break easily, at least as far as I'm aware. Now we need to remove the Wi-Fi cables, or sorry, air port. Apple, you make some pretty computers, but the way you name some of the stuff, I have no idea. And they don't even call it airport anymore, now that I think about it. I know that the iBook G3s were the first commercially available laptops with Wi-Fi in them, and at that time, you know, Wi-Fi probably would not have been as much of a appreciated term, I guess is the best way to say it. So they Steve Jobs called it airport in traditional sort of Apple fashion. So that
You should then be able to gently but firmly lift the antenna connectors from their sockets and tuck the wires safely down and out of the way. There are only two more connections on this side of the logic board that we need to worry about. The headphone jack connector simply lifts up and off of its socket.
So that's the headphone jack connector. I know. Surprising. Got a headphone jack.
The last cable to detach is the speaker cable, which slides out of its socket like the other one did. We can now remove the four Torx T8 screws that hold the board in place.
See, one of the reasons I wouldn't be able to work for Apple is because I'm too honest. You know, I'd be the person to tell them, yeah, these things can be upgraded, but we're going to charge a shit ton of money, so it's better to get somebody else to do it. Like LevelUp Computers and
The screw
Technology.
nearest the Apple logo will have an anti-tampering label over it. All you need to do is poke the tip of the screwdriver through it and remove it like normal.
Mine doesn't.
The other 3 screws will remove
That
normally.
one does. There we go. Sometimes those things just... 1... 2... 3... And then here's the one with the anti-tamper that I'm just going to poke through. Because it's my iMac, and I'll do whatever the heck I want to do with it. And then...
Next, we need to remove the Torx T8 screws attaching the heatsink to the fan grate. Start with these 2 along the outside. Next, we need to remove the Torx T8 screws attaching the heatsink to the fan grate. Start with these 2 along the outside. The other 2 are accessible through these notches along the edge of the logic board. Now that all the screws have been removed, you should be able to lift the logic board up and move it forward out of the iMac slightly. This may take a bit of maneuvering, but it will eventually come out. You should now have enough room to disconnect the SATA data and power cables from the underside of the board.
So now I sort of have to finagle this darn thing in order to get it out just like that.
This may take a bit of maneuvering, but it will eventually come out. You should now have enough room to disconnect the SATA data and power cables from the underside of the board. Once you've done that, you can remove the board entirely from the iMac chassis.
And there we go. There's our board.
Looking at the backside of the logic board, you'll find the memory located here. To remove the top module, simply press outward on the retaining clips until it pops up, then slide it out of its slot. Repeat the process for the lower module. The bottom module has an adhesive thermal pad that will need to be transferred to the new module going in the bottom slot. Carefully peel the pad off the old module and use the remaining adhesive to attach it to the new one in the same orientation. The memory modules have a notch that lines up with the pin in each of the memory slots. Align the 2 and...
So there's the adhesive thermal pad. And there's the first 16 gigabyte stick in. And here is the second stick. I'm gonna look at something real quick. I'm just looking at something real quick because alright, so I'm gonna refrain from replacing the PRAM battery. Seems like they're better suited.
Slide the memory module into the...
Both of the memory modules are in now. So I'm actually going to repaste the CPU and just do some dusting. It's relatively clean, but never hurts. I will be right back when I go grab some supplies. Alright, so I'm back with a roll of paper towels, my rubbing alcohol, some new thermal paste. I figured if I'm gonna do this, I'm going to go all out. Start by cleaning, doing a little bit of dusting. Wow, 2 viewers. I think that's actually the most I've gotten in any of my streams. So I'd like to give a shout out to Jasmine and Sam. Just a little dusting. You get all these ports as well. But I will say Apple definitely has a decent system for managing dust and other crud in place. I am incredibly surprised at how well this is in terms of how clean it is. So yeah, I am going to take it a step further. I'm going to remove the heat sink. And I'm going to repaste the CPU to improve thermals. Not that there was an issue in the first place, but you know, if I've got it open and I want to do this just once, I'm gonna do everything right. A job worth doing is a job worth doing right. I'm going to get the screws. If this were the iFixit guide, I'm probably on there's like a 63-step process. Just gently wiggle this and pop. There's the fan, or the heat sink. And wow, the thermal paste is starting to harden. Get the dust off the backside. Push that back a little. Rubbing alcohol, and then where did my Q-tips go? So the reason I'm not touching the PRAM battery, the BR 2032, not a CR 2032, is while they are the same shape, same size, the BR 2032 supports from what I've heard, a little bit of a wider range of voltages, and it also works better in warmer temperatures. And since this is inside a tightly packed computer, you know, it gets really warm. I mean, it's extremely close to the CPU. And my hands are covered in thermal paste. Now, with these 2017 iMacs, as much as I would love to go all out, and as much as I would love to put a new CPU in, I can't. Unfortunately, the CPU is soldered to the board on these models, on the non-Retina. This was sort of created as a lower end, I guess you would call it the entry level, like one step above pretty much the Mac Mini at the time, which actually, when this was released, had not seen any upgrade to it since 2014. So this was definitely, even though it's a dual-core i5, it's still a 7th gen dual-core i5, which, again, is significantly better than a i3, i5, or i7 from 2014. I believe that would have been a 4th or 5th gen. And take the Q-tip. clean off the shiny dye. And I'm going to just swab the surrounding area just to make sure that everything is cleaned off. Get a nice shine on there. So, got the repaste. I've gotten the CPU covered, so now I'm going to take care of the heatsink. Where can I put this? Right over there. Paper towel. And meanwhile, the hard drive duplicator is still at under 25%. Granted, it is going from 1 terabyte to 1 terabyte, and the 1 terabyte SS or hard drive is from basically a laptop device, and as a result, abysmally slow. Even more so than I was recently fixing a client's, or upgrading a client's Dell little tower that they use for their reception desk. And let me tell you something. It was incredibly slow. 4 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte, 7,200 RPM hard drive. Ended up bumping that to 16 gigs, put an i5 in from the 10th gen i3. They use it for office work, but having that extra processing power and that extra RAM, as the receptionist put it, they didn't realize how bad they had it until I came in and fixed it for them. And then, since I was putting a new CPU in, I did use some new thermal paste, and I use Arctic MX4. Use decent stuff. You get what you pay for. If you buy cheap, you're gonna have results associated with cheap. If you buy, spend that little extra money, you're going to experience better results. So surprisingly, this thermal paste really hadn't solidified, a lot. When thermal paste, hardens, a lot of times, it's hard. And it just comes off really easy, but this stuff is a little bit trickier. But if you just keep rubbing at it, keep, using a paper towel with some, I use 99% isopropyl alcohol. And then I use paper towels and Q-tips. And you generally get yourself a really decent, cleaning out of them. I know there is a specialty, I think they call it, or it's Arctic Clean, that they have that is meant for removing thermal paste. I don't have it. I found that alcohol does the job well enough. So, does a decent job. And, don't fix what's not really broken. So now that that is cleaned, make sure you get on there. Stop touching that copper piece. Oils and stuff along those lines can, inhibit conductivity. A logic board. I'm glad I just used my air duster, because I guess some alcohol got stuck. Some alcohol and thermal paste solution got stuck underneath, so. Okay. So now it's time for me to bust out the MX4. Again, it is an excellent thermal paste. Several people would likely consider it among the best, or the best. And I'm gonna be brave. And I'm going to apply the thermal paste live. Thing is, no matter how I do it, somebody will yell at me. So I'll show you guys how I do it. So there are 3 bits on the die, and it looked like the whole copper piece was sort of... It seemed like the whole copper part of the heatsink was covered in this stuff, so... Doing 1, 2, like little grains of rice or so. And this one's a little on the long side, so... I'll spread it out just enough so that when the heatsink is nice and, pressed down, it'll spread. And there's the thermal paste. Please feel free to yell at me in the chat and or the comments, depending on when you are watching this. So we're going to put this back together. And the drive is still in the process of transferring the data. I guess while we wait for that for all of 2 hours, I guess rather than just staring at a blank screen, well, I'll switch over to sort of a podcast format and talk about some of the exciting new things Apple has added to their lineup. Those 2 screws are back in. And if flip it over, there's only 2. Thank God there's only 2 connectors that are hooked up underneath. Way to finagle this back into position. SATA power goes in like that. Or SATA, potato, whatever you say. SATA data connector is in. And then just make sure you're not covering any cables. You're making sure that whatever needs to go back into its proper place does. And then you do want to make sure that you line these ports up when you're reassembling this thing. Believe me, there's actually a way to. There is 100% a way to screw this up, and frankly I don't want to put this back together and then realize that I did so. I know you guys can't see this, what I'm doing right now, but given that I intend for this computer to be my daily workhorse, I'd rather make sure that everything's lined. Rather make sure everything's lined up, rather than showing, making a nice, fun little show and then screwing it up royally. Especially since I only have one set of adhesive strips. So all of the ports are lined up. Again, it's harder than it looks. Just double check. Nice and neat, nice and flush fitting. This thing is incredibly light, by the way, when there is no big ass hunk of glass on it. And it looks like our hard drive has gone up to, or has made it to at least 25%, which is a good thing. One more screw. Handled all the connectors that go on the bottom of the logic board. So now for snapping back connectors that go onto the top. Starting with the Wi-Fi or airport card. We can use a T5 to reattach that. And reattach that. And then I'm just gonna say it. If you don't feel confident that you can do this repair, please, on your personal computer or someone else's, please, please, please do not do it. Because if you are not careful and you do not know what you are doing, or you just have really bad luck, then you've turned your very expensive iMac into a very expensive paperweight. So now I'm putting all the screws back in for the fan. I'm going to actually pull out a pair of I'm going to pull out my iFixit screwdriver only because it has a stronger magnetic pull, if you will. And by the way, video is not sponsored at all. But if you are looking for a decent, or not even a decent, a really excellent computer repair toolkit, iFixit is pretty much 100% the way to go. Apart from providing free repair manuals to people who wish to perform repairs much like this, they sell a wide variety of extremely high quality tools and other parts, accessories. They're a great. It's a great website to support. They also do a lot with right to repair, making sure that people have a right to repair the electronics and other devices that they paid for and own. So if you care at all about your local, mom and pop computer repair store whatsoever, go to iFixit, because they are the people who provide the tools that can make stuff like this happen. Again, I am not sponsored. I wouldn't mind a sponsorship, iFixit. Just saying. I could use some new computer stuff. But no, this stream is not sponsored whatsoever. So now we're reattaching one of the most fragile. I believe they said this is for the headphone jack. Honestly, something this small, I really don't want to screw up. I tore my MacBook Pro. I have a mid-2012 MacBook Pro. I patched it to run Monterey. But when I first got it, I tried to tighten the hinge, and I ended up destroying the webcam cable. On the bright side, though, it is very unlikely that hackers will be able to access a webcam that does not connect to any existing computer hardware. So, I guess in that case, I've hacker-proofed my webcam. Here. I'm gonna look around the back real quick. Oh boy. No. Oh no, you're the screw for this thing here. There we go. So again, I'm just going to look over everything and make sure 100% that I have not screwed anything up or I have not missed anything, because I really don't need there to be a part 2 that results from sheer stupidity. I'm just going to do another go around with the duster. I'm going to start working on cleaning off the rest of the adhesive on this side, and then I'll work on the display. And then for those of you wondering, this isn't just a hobby for me. I am a certified computer technician, and I actually, as I was saying, when I am not working at my other job, where I make, full steady income, I actually am the founder, CEO, whatever, and sole employee of LevelUp Computers and Technology. I've been providing the Central Maryland area, particularly Howard and Carroll counties, with top-notch, high-quality home IT services since 2018, and my goal is to continue providing those top quality services at an affordable price for the consumer. So if you live in Sykesville, Ellicott City, or any of the surrounding areas, Columbia, Howard or Carroll County, Westminster, please feel free to go to levelupcomputersandtechnology.com or call 404 LVLTECH, 404-585-8324, or Level Tech, LVLTECH. And if I am available, I will respond to your call pretty much as soon as I know that you're not a spammer or a bot. Or you can also send a message to that number. So right now, I am just cleaning off the adhesive, that residue. So, drive is still slowly but surely copying the data. These iMacs, again, they are incredibly beautiful, and I love how thin they are and how light they are. You know, I mean, really shouldn't need to transport it, but if you do, it's feasible. More so than a 2008 model, or 2007 to 2011, 2012 models. Definitely more so than the original G3s. And believe it or not, this system is actually, I believe it is actually thinner than their current 24-inch iMac. Now, granted, their 24-inch iMac it doesn't have a tapered edge to it, or the rounded design, but it's definitely, it seems like it's just thicker overall, but it's a shame because Apple was going on and on about how, you know, their M1 chips allow their computers to be thinner, lighter, and faster all at the same time. It could also be the speakers. Now that I think about it, you know, there aren't really decent speakers that are super thin, so I do appreciate though that they brought back the colors. I do appreciate that they brought back the colored design that made the original G3 stand out all those years ago. Sorry for this awful noise. It's just but I've got to break down the remainder of this adhesive on the aluminum portion. Nice and easy everywhere else, but the metal, well, wants to do its own thing. And because this is 99% isopropyl alcohol, it does dry out a lot quicker than 70%. But it's also, well, almost 100% isopropyl alcohol instead of 30% water. So we're just going to keep going along the edge. Here with the Q-tip and the isopropyl alcohol. And then I'm just going to sort of push the adhesive gunk onto my Q-tip. If I have to, I will bust out a flathead, or I will bust out my little tiny utility blade to scrape off whatever gunk refuses to. I am willing to use force when necessary. But again, if I'm gonna repair this thing, I'm gonna repair it right. Alright. Knifey time it is. And for this, I'm just using a, For this, I'm just using a standard utility, or little miniature utility blade that you can pick up at your local hardware store. Like an Ace Hardware, or another, or heck, even a, if you don't have an Ace Hardware in your area, another, like a big box store. Hate to use the name, but in this case, mine's just a little Ace Hardware utility blade. So I'm gonna take the Q-tip and just do another round of the isopropyl alcohol. Just clean up any major accumulations of the gunk so that when you put it back together, it's a nice smooth surface. Apple prides itself on form over function, so in keeping with their philosophy, I will do as such with their computer, with the repair. And then after this, we're going to take off the remaining gunk on the other side. So, for anyone who's wondering, the hard drive is still somewhere between 25 and 50% completion. Like I said, last time I did this, it was with a desktop drive that spins faster, but that took about 2 hours, I'd like to say. So this could be 2, this could be 2.5. There's not much data on it, but what it has to do is it has to basically copy the whole thing over. But if worst comes to worst, I'm not afraid to just bump out my Monterey installer or the internet recovery and install it like that. So I'm going to stand this beauty up, just like that. I'm going to the chin strap there, and then you guys aren't going to get a good angle at this, but since I'm dealing with the glass, in this case on the display, in this case, I'm going to prefer comfort and utility over visibility on your end. I do apologize for that, but again, this is my daily driver Mac. My other daily driver is my daily driver laptop, There's actually a T440p Lenovo ThinkPad from 2013 that I've installed. A Core i7 quad-core 4700 MQ, 16 gigs of RAM, 1080p IPS panel, and I'm trying to think what else. Of course, I have a brain fart on stream. One of the nice things about streaming is it's not incredibly. I don't have to be. It doesn't have to be scripted. So it looks like some kind of black stuff is coming off the screen, and I'm not sure whether that is the. I'm not sure whether that is the. I guess it's just the foam adhesive because it was, I believe, colored or dyed. It was like a black foam. But whatever color it was, I'm just going to continue to basically dissolve the adhesive with the isopropyl alcohol. Just keep rubbing until the goo be gone. Now I will say one of the nice things about the glass and the LCD being fused together, like as part of one assembly, is unlike the iMacs that have the magnetic panels, the glass panels that you pull off, these don't get dust in between the panel and the display. Well, the glass and the LCD panel, I guess I should say. Alright. So we're going to flip, or turn it around on its the other side, and again, same thing, just go up and down, cleaning off any gunk that didn't come off on the initial tear down. And again, if you're looking to do this yourself, I highly recommend going to macsales.com, which is the official website for Otherworld Computing, or OWC. They've been doing Mac parts, Mac stuff for, oh my gosh, I don't even have any idea, but they're one of the original sort of Mac parts and upgrade suppliers out there. And in this case, like I said, I got this as part of a bundle, meaning that pretty much everything I need to pull this upgrade off came with the RAM. So you get the opening tool, you get the screwdrivers. Now I already have my own set, but if you're looking to do this and you don't have the proper security Torx drivers, the toolkit from OWC comes with them. So we're almost there, at least on this part of the whole mess, the assembly. Or the disassembly, or the upgrade, whatever. The new RAM chips are in. The CPU's been repasted. But the hard drive is still transferring data, and until that is done, I can't do jack. Well, after a certain point. Which is incredibly painful because this is incredibly slow. But it is what it is. So we're going to lay the iMac back down to reinstall the fan. It looks nice and clean for the most part. I am going to give it a quick little... I'm going to give it a quick little dusting and brushing just to get some of that dust out of there. Again, it's not a whole lot of dust, but if you can get it out, do so. Your computer will run quieter, and it will love you for that. You will love it for that. So we're going to put the fan back on. Which is a nice and simple, easy part of this. Those are T10. Reattach the fan. Reattach the screw to the fan. And then make sure you plug the fan in for obvious reasons. You don't want this thing turning into a sauna. Your Mac will hate you, and you will probably hate you when you realize that you did that. So, alrighty. So all the major connectors are back in. And the hard drive is now just taking its sweet old time. And so while everything is sort of in the process of happening, I'm gonna sort of go into a podcast sort of setup here. And I'll just move the laptop forward. Let me just move the laptop forward for now. So yeah, what's going on right now? I'm gonna shrink my face there. Display capture. Oh shit. Well. Let me move that back. Yeah, it is trippy. But that's what happens when you, well, this is a little behind the scenes look at the streaming software. So, while I edit this, this is happening because I'm recording the screen because I was intending on pulling up some different, tech news articles. I'm going to bring this into a gaming format, or a tech format right now, news. And then just to make this overlay a little more interesting, just put that information there, lock the rest. So let us see what we've got going on in the wonderful world of tech. So I guess the best place to start actually would be Apple's new announcements. Their Worldwide Developer Conference, or no, not Worldwide Developer. Their peak performance event that they're going through, or that their peak performance event that they are currently, or that they had, I believe it was on Tuesday the 8th. So, the peak performance event, they normally have a recap, but I guess since this isn't WWDC, since it isn't WWDC right now, I guess they don't feel the need to do a whole recap. Honestly, the least interesting thing that came out of this event was the green iPhone 13s. They generally have some, I always call them the sort of the useless updates. Last year in April, they introduced a purple iPhone 12. Woo, big deal. But, I mean, I guess it's a decent color. It's a decent green. Not super vibrant, not super, ugly. It fits in well with the rest of the colors that they, have, which all seem to be more natural, muted colors on the Pro line especially. But other than that, it's basically last year's iPhone 13 and 13 Pro. The new iPhone SE. I had a lot of hopes for this, only because I have a first-gen SE that I sort of use as like a mini, like a really tiny iPad. It doesn't make calls, but, I use it for any iOS apps I need to, since it still gets updates, probably not for much longer. It really just looks like the old iPhone SE. It really just, which in turn looks just like the iPhone 8. And I know the the whole idea is that they reuse the design from a previous model and then improve the specs on the inside so that it, so that it's, cheaper to produce and cheaper to sell. But, I mean, I really didn't like the iPhone. I mean, now that I look back at it, I really didn't like the changes that the iPhone 6 made. I like that they brought back on the iPhone 12 and iPhone 13 that flat design. The iPhone 2G and the 3G and the 3GS, yeah, you could recognize them, but it was really with the 4, the 4S, the 5, the 5S, the SE, first gen, and then with the new designs that you really recognize them. It's a very flat edge. It looks better in my opinion. Um, but I mean, the iPhone 6, yeah, it was impressive when it came out, but well, when people found out that those things unintentionally became the first folding smartphones, in that case, it was not a good thing. Um, it just they try. Honestly, if you ask me, it feels like they tried to bring back the curved designs of the first 3 iPhones, but they just didn't do it really well. They wanted to sort of combine two designs together that really don't work well together. Um, Frankly, I think the fact that they went back to the iPhone 4 through 5S or first gen SE design um, is proof of that. Um, but as you can see, the new SE is, for all intents and purposes, just an iPhone 8 with the processing power of a iPhone 13. So nothing super fancy, nothing super special. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. The 5G, honestly, is really just there for the carriers who are trying to push 5G as the next big thing. Um, I've got a Pixel 6, not the Pro, just the regular, and I love 5G. I love the speeds that I'm getting compared to 4G LTE, but, you know, 4G LTE is still, it's less expensive to produce the modems for it, and you can tell, like, the price went up to, where does it say? Hang on. The price went up to starting at like $429. I think that's about $100 more than the last SC, and I'd have to take a look at that. But other than that, I mean, it really just feels like they are reusing a design that, honestly, I didn't like. Um, and it just doesn't look right to me. Um, it really just feels like it's a second gen SE with the iPhone 13 guts sort of shoved inside. I mean, you still have the home button with Touch ID because it's cheaper to produce that. But, you don't have the headphone jack. And heck, even Samsung, on like their more affordable line of Galaxy phones, and like the Pixel 5a and the 4a, they still offer headphone jacks. I'm not against the Pixel 6 not having one. I love my Pixel Buds. I get it supposedly helps with waterproofing or making them more water resistant. And I know if they can take that out and put some more guts in there or another speaker, it's not a huge issue to me. I can live with a dongle. It was a huge deal when it first happened because of course it was. But now that it's, pretty much the norm. But at the very least, if this is supposed to be Apple's budget smartphone, their entry level, the one that they use to rope you into their ecosystem, to their walled garden, they should have at the very least included a headphone jack, only because their, competitors, the Galaxy A series, the Pixel A series, offer that. It just, the only thing that really is Apple has going for it in this case is, A15 Bionic and 5G. So had a lot of high hopes, but no. And honestly, I wasn't even expecting them to bring back the headphone jack, but still, I had a lot of high hopes. I was hoping they'd change the design a little bit, but nope. Then we've got the iPad Air with M1, with their M1 system on a chip. Basically, last year the iPad Pro got the M1 system on a chip. So, I guess now they feel the need to put it on the iPads, on their higher end iPads. And at this point, I feel it's only going to be a matter of time before the iPad Mini gets it, and then the iPad, just the regular iPad. honestly, they'll probably phase out the A series chips for these iPads. Just speculation at this point, but it feels like they're trying to phase out the A series chips and leave those specifically to the phones, while using the M series on their iPads, which is a bit disappointing, especially because the M1 chips really only have their chance to shine when they're being used in the Mac, when they're running the Intel apps through the Rosetta 2 translation system. Whether they're, it just feels like putting them on the iPad is a bit of a waste, especially as locked down as they are. Um, I haven't played Fortnite in forever, but I am a supporter of the free Fortnite movement. I highly against Apple's monopolistic practices with the App Store and how they regulate everything. One of the reasons I use Android. The Macs, fortunately, aren't at that point yet where everything's locked 100%, but it feels like they're trying to work that way. But it also really pisses me off, they're putting the M1 chips on the iPads, so they're making and then they're putting iPad apps onto Macs. iPad apps are optimized for touchscreens. The iPad is a tablet. Apple wants you to think it's a computer, but it's a tablet computer. It is not a replacement for the Mac. And they have said that they don't want to put a touchscreen on a Mac because they don't want to blur the lines between their iMac or their Macs and their iPads. But if they don't want to blur the lines between the Macs and their iPads, then they shouldn't be putting the Mac desktop chips into the iPads. And they shouldn't be bringing iPad apps over to the Mac, especially when there is no touchscreen. If they released an iMac or a MacBook that had a touchscreen or a iPad with Mac OS, if it's supposed to be so integrated at this point, why not just do that? Why not, sort of market the iMac as a big tablet on a stand like the Surface Studio and add Apple Pencil support? They go around pushing like the 4.5K Retina display. Might as well use it for something other than just looking pretty. So iPad with M1 chip and 5G, because of course that's the buzzword everyone goes with. Performance increases that, again, I really think should have, show are sort of the best seen on the Macs. But when you lock down, an iPad, honestly, an iPad, if you ask me, is just an extremely gimped Mac or an extremely oversized iPhone. I would not get one. The only reason, honestly, I think they should just have been merged with the Macs. But Apple, I guess, in their bid to get you to buy more and more from them, set it up so that they're distinct but similar. I mean, heck, now they even have trackpad support. This should be a MacBook. This should be a Mac of some variety. This should be running Mac OS, but it is not. And then M1 Ultra, which then leads into the Mac Studio and Studio Display. Apple put it best during the event. It is basically two M1 Max chips sandwiched together with a special, they call it Ultra Fusion packaging architecture. So, their theory, their marketing is that, their push is that systems that use dual CPUs, so like servers, don't have a dedicated lines to scale. Like, they don't, there's a significant limit on, being able to synchronize data between the two. But they're set, because it's not, the CPU isn't directly connected to the CPU. It is, going through other lanes, other data buses, going through other, controllers. So, according to Apple, at the very least, they've connected two M1 Max silicon dies to themselves directly without any like interference or without any junk that's slowing it down. So supposedly now this will complete the M1 family as the world's quote unquote the world's most powerful and capable chip for a personal computer. Again, the thing is, you're comparing apples to oranges. The M1 chips use, ARM architecture. They're reduced instruction set computers, or computing chips. Intel x86 chips are complete instruction set. They handle tasks in a different way. Um, but, I mean, people have said great things about the M1. I personally would love to get an M1 Max MacBook Pro to try it out and sort of give that verdict, but I guess at this point I might as well wait, because they'll probably somehow shove an Ultra into a Pro or something. But their big push is that it's supposed to be recognized as a single chip instead of two CPUs, so that there's no need to rewrite software to take advantage. And then again, they push, their advantages over high-end discrete GPUs and CPUs. But again, without the same application and game support, iPad apps, iPad games, which is at this point where a lot of new Mac games or a lot of games are going to be played on a Mac, or probably iPad games now. They're already optimized for relatively underpowered devices, meaning that they would have to rewrite a version for Mac OS for this new M1 Ultra. Again, the games are sort of an afterthought with a Mac, though. You really don't buy one for gaming. But this was definitely, everyone thought the M1 Max would be it, especially with a name like Max, Maximum, the limit. But somehow they were able to go above the maximum. And then that leads into the Mac Studio and the Studio Display. The Mac Studio looks like they sandwiched two Mac Minis together. Oh, would you look at that? The hard drive is now over 50% complete, but under 75. The Mac Studio and the Studio Display. First off, I'd like to give Apple a round of applause for actually including a stand with their monitor this time. I know, big shocker. And then if you want the one that adjusts, it isn't, $999. Couple that with the fact that it's actually got its own integrated webcam and speakers, with an A13 Bionic chip to handle stuff like the center stage, so like an auto-focusing camera. I mean, that's... I mean, I don't know what to say other than this thing is basically an iPhone, or basically has the guts of an iPhone in it now, or an iPad. As for the Mac Studio, it looks like they just sandwiched two Mac Minis, added a few ports on the front, and called it a day. It looks like a cheap knockoff on... It looks like some, no-name company out of a back alley somewhere looked at the Power Mac G4 Cube. Looked at the beautiful Power Mac G4 Cube, said, oh, I can make it look modern, like a modern Apple product. And that's what they came up with. But until they come up with their Mac Pro, this is supposedly the most powerful of their M1 or M series Macs. So yeah, two USB-C or two Thunderbolt or 4 ports, depending on which configuration you go with. SD card slot. Get this, actual ports on the back. Like Apple was going through that weird phase where everything needed a dongle, but no, actual ports. I can't believe I'm actually praising them for that. you know, the thing, if you get the high end version, thing starts at like $39.99. So be prepared to sacrifice your firstborn child to the almighty Tim Cook. Then we've got the stand, the basic stand, again the one that comes with it, moves up and down, or it tilts. If you need a height adjustable stand, it's there for extra price, but at least it's not $999. Um, and Apple actually did say that the Studio Display, which is, if I recall, a 5K display with P3 wide color, support for over 1 billion colors, 600 nits of brightness, with the center stage, the camera, and the speakers all built in, as well as the option for nano texture glass for anti-glare. The fact that they actually are supporting, like, it's minimal support for Windows, but it's still support for Windows. I mean, that's pretty good for a company that's a bit on the notorious for, basically trying to be everything Microsoft isn't. Well, wasn't. But there's the all-new Mac Studio and Studio Display, and that's about it. So with the new stuff that came out, let's just say you wanted to go buy one. Starting at $19.99, yeah, if you want an M1 Ultra or M1 Max, but you're not getting it for the M1 Max. That's basically just a MacBook, their high-end MacBook Pro without a screen. This is the one you want to get. And anybody who knows Apple and will future-proof their device, they're going to go with the M1 Ultra with the 20-core CPU, 64-core GPU, 32-core neural engine, the 128 gigs of unified memory, the 8 terabytes of SSD storage, $7,999, $8,000. Which is impressive for a top-of-the-line professional-grade Mac, given that their Mac Pro still goes for about $57,000 for the top-of-the-line model. To put that into perspective, Chevrolet has announced earlier this year an all-new electric Chevrolet Equinox for to be released sometime in 2023. And it is supposed to start with an estimated MSRP of around $30,000. This is a brand new all-electric vehicle, SUV, so probably about the size of a Model X or Model Y, for $30,000 versus the top-of-the-line Mac Pro, which is still, let's see, oh, and it's also their last Intel system, so, yeah, it's like spending, $50,000 on a system that'll more than likely have support drop for it within the next 5 years. When you're paying that much for a computer like this, that's a little ridiculous. Also, $400 for wheels. What the actual heck? Magic mouse and magic trackpad. So, $52,348. Remember, this system's on its way out. And that's about everything that's happening on the Apple side of things. Anybody have any comments or any thoughts on the matter? Anything, one sec. Any thoughts on the, idea? You can either leave them in the comments or drop them in the chat and I'll try to respond. Again, these could be some considered hot takes. I'm not a super techie geek, at least in terms of Apple stuff. I don't know the whole ins and outs. I'm not a hardware engineer. I'm a technician. I fix computers. I don't build them. Well, I build gaming rigs, but I don't build like CPUs and other stuff. So that's about it on the Apple side of things. And while we're still waiting for that hard drive to finish up, we'll actually visit levelupcomputersandtechnology.com and talk a bit about what I do. So I'm based out of Sykesville, Maryland, so Howard County, Carroll County, and my goal is to provide the best home IT services anywhere in either of those two counties, whether you're from Westminster, Columbia, Elkridge. If you've got a computer and you need help with your computer, then I'm the person to call. I offer free consultations over the phone, via email, or through Facebook Messenger. And you can call me at 404-585-8324. If you need to remember that, it's 404-LEVEL-TECH. And I service the stuff that other places won't even touch. Recently, last year, I serviced a Mac. I bought and refurbished a Macintosh SE from 1987. But I work on everything from laptops, desktops, tablets, phones, PCs, Macs, iPods, and I'm talking the ones with the click wheels and stuff. I still use those. A certain Australian guy who screams at them and has a pet snake named Frank got me into iPod modding, and now I have a 1 terabyte iPod in my car. Game consoles, PDAs, Palm Pilots. Yeah, I fixed them. Swapped the battery out on a M130 last year, and more. If it's something weird, you take it to your local Geek Squad or your other person, and they look at it and they think you're crazy. You got 4 eyes. Then you come to me. I am IT Fundamentals certified and A+ certified by CompTIA, which is basically the industry standard organization for that kind of stuff, for certifications. A bit about me. I earned my A+ in IT Fundamentals my junior year in high school. I took a 2-year program through my county's Votech Academy, IT Academy. And my junior year, I became a certified technician. I actually have to renew it this year. So I did my first repair when I was 10 years old. I repaired an old Acer netbook. It ended up being a loose display ribbon cable. And then, once I started doing stuff like that, my mom's coworkers came along and they started asking me for help. Within about an hour of receiving them, I was fixing them, had them done, ready to go back the next day. I do remember my mom works for kids with emotional behavioral issues, and they had a sort of fleet of iPads. And the kids there were setting passwords and not telling the teachers. They were going on YouTube. They were playing games. Basically, they were doing everything they were not supposed to do. And the person in charge of the department was sort of losing their mind. And the county refused to do anything because, of course not. They don't know how to properly configure an iPad, at least on a specialty level for, a specific need. So, I came in, my mom comes home with, 6 iPads, and over the course of a few days, I have them all configured with Apple Configurator, basically set up so that they can't change passwords, can't go on YouTube, can't install YouTube, can't do this, can't do that. Basically, they were school computers, and school computers only. And that was when I sort of started getting into the business, management sort of side of things. Of course, the county comes back, does an audit, and then resets them, but what do you expect? And then when I took my technical course, I ended up interning. I wasn't driving at that point, so I ended up having to intern for the media specialist, and there was another class in there that did EMT work. and the students each had their own iPad for use to like record assignments because they went out on assignments, with actual EMT and EMS, um, workers. So I was actually the person in charge of setting up 20 brand new iPads. Had them hooked up like four at a time or so to my little workshop workstation, configuring them, and that's what I did for my internship. And I was sort of the person on call. That's where I sort of learned management um, skills, at least business management. Managing technology. As a bit about me, 19 years old, born in August 2002. I opened up LevelUp Computers and Technology to the public about 2017, 2018. Um, I'm an avid gamer. Built my own custom rig. Tinker with tech all the time. Old stuff, new stuff. I live on a farm, which sort of plays into to my other job, but doing some general handyman sort of work. But you know, have a lot of animals. At one point, well, as of right now, we have 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 potbelly pigs, 3 horses, 4 goats. Well, 1 chicken left. The rest all went decided to stray away from our livestock guardian dog and then got nabbed by a fox. And about 15 or so rabbits right now. Um, so in addition to tech, I do a lot of stuff with animals. Um, I was president of my high school's gaming club, and I was an AV manager for the varsity basketball team. Um, so I definitely did a lot tech-wise, and I'm passionate about it too. I'm not doing it just to make money. I'm doing it because I genuinely enjoy it, and I genuinely enjoy helping people solve their computer-related problems. Um, and I also have a specific set of values that I think a lot of businesses and a lot of repair shops in particular need to take into account. Honesty. I hate I hate it when I call a company for some kind of a tech support, and they say they can do something and then they can't until after you pay them the service fee, or your computer disappears for weeks without any sort of update. um if I don't think I can do a repair, I will tell you up front, and I will not charge you. I don't make false promises. I believe in trust. I would rather say no and have a customer go somewhere else than say yes and destroy someone's, device. I believe trust is incredibly important between a computer technician and the customer, especially as more and more of our stuff becomes digital. Um, Affordability. I really try to pride myself on affordability and undercutting the competition. Um, Especially right now where everyone's a little bit cash strapped. Um, my goal is to provide quality service at affordable prices. Um, and then again, transparency. If you call in or you send an email asking me how a repair's going, it might take a day or two depending on what I'm doing, but I will get back to you as soon as I can to basically say, here's where your status is, we're working on it. Thank you for your patience. Just being honest. Um, let's see what else. As for the services I provide, hardware, software, new computer setup. What is? I do data backup and transfer. I can do custom builds. I provide specialty electronic services. I've gone through a whole list of stuff that I do. I also recycle electronics. I find uses for stuff that nobody might think about using, Something somebody might see as junk, I might have running in the background as a server. Um, so we're still waiting on that drive to get to the 100% mark. It is still in between 50 and 75%. I'm going to say it's probably going to be another 30 minutes to an hour. Really isn't much other tech news going on, other than the usual rumors about what Apple plans on releasing in the future. This stream is mainly about repairing the iMac. So now that we've sort of gotten back to, and we're just sort of waiting. I need to go eat something. Um, so I need to go eat something. So I will be back. I'm just creating this stuff because I'm probably going to try and stream more often. Okay, so it doesn't look like. Hang on. Just trying to Okay. Okay, so while I'm waiting for the last of the drive duplicator to finish, like the last percentage of the drive duplicator to finish duplicating, figure I should get to working on the adhesive strips. Okay, so 5. Okay, so I need to cut. Okay, so on the 2017 and later models, you have to cut the strip a certain way. You have to cut strip, at least in this case, you have to cut strip 4R slightly in order to avoid covering the microphone. One, two, 4L, 4R. Okay. Alrighty, so Looks like I have all the pieces in place. I'm going to put all the adhesive strips on the side. Track the knife, and then I'm going to reinstall the hard drive bracket. And then line the cable up a bit. It's Phillips. Now we just wait for that SSD to finish transferring. Let's get you back in. Let's get you back in. We're gonna reinstall the power supply now. Just gonna dust it off and then hit it with the anti-static brush. Oh good, the PSU is fully discharged. Hooray. Alright, so the power supply is fully discharged. I can sort of touch it anywhere and not get, at least on the soldered side with all the joints, and not get zapped. Do I want to test that? Well, I just sort of did. Again, do not try this at home unless you are extremely confident in your ability to avoid getting yourself seriously injured, killed, or worse, doing damage to a very expensive computer. take the power supply. Install that. Yeah, I'm gonna be smart about it actually, and then just make sure the cable's not getting damaged. Yeah, that feels better. Right, so power supply is back in. Let's say that's the dangerous part out of the way. I'm going to start with the adhesive strips now, following the instructions that came with the part. I'll bring this nice up and close. Hang on one sec. One of the speaker power cables decided that it wanted to go underneath the power supply instead of Please, please do not try what I am doing at home. If I didn't feel confident this thing was fully discharged, I would have probably been in the hospital by now. There's our lovely little power supply in properly now. Now for the adhesive strips. Very careful that you're lining these up properly. Okay. So that's strip number 1. Now for strip number 2. Alright, that's strip number 2. That's 4R. Okay. There's strip number 3. Do 4R. Hang on, I just realized I need to reinstall the support strap. Okay. Okay, so that looks like a single screw might have gone missing. I'm going to play the role of the smart person here and not panic. It's not an essential screw per se. Screw missing. Just one of the little tiny screws for the chin support strap thing. But it is most likely non-essential. As a result, I am going to make the executive decision to not worry about it. Okay. I'm just going to do one last look for it in case. And then I'm going to say screw it. It looks like they might have labeled the 4L and 4R strips improperly, or they mixed them up. So I'm going to have to solve that accordingly on my end. Which also means that on 4L, actually, they might have done it right, and I was the idiot. But no matter. I can make do with one life, or computer repair gives you lemons. You just don't freak out. didn't go quite as expected, but I should very well be able to make do with that. And then there we go. That's the new adhesive. Even if it's a little messed up, it should not kill the whole thing. Besides, there was a human who had to assemble it at some point, so now I wait. So now I just have to wait for the data transfer to complete. I have a feeling it's incredibly close, but at the same time, so far away. As for the rest of the iMac, it's looking clean, fresh. These strips are in place. And we wait. And wait.
Hey everyone, it's Colin. How's it?
I think I'm just gonna pause the stream again. Alrighty, the SSD is finally ready. So we're going to... there, God, that is tough. Yank it out. Okay, so this SSD, they're different, so we use the little adhesive sort of spacer. So with this one, we're going to end up using the spacer. Since the laptop hard drive was thicker. Let's see, it went in like that. Alright, so we're going to take the spacer and remove the adhesive strips on it. Just line that up nice and neat. Stick on like that. And the reason I'm using the spacers is because the special anti-vibration mounts that this bracket requires are designed for that kind of thickness, and since SSDs are thinner than they are as thin as basically the super thin laptop hard drives, I am basically mounting it in such a way that it fits like a factory device. So now we can slip the drive back into its mounting point, and then we can connect, take the combination SATA power and data cable, pull the drive out first. Stick that in like that. Make sure the hard drive or the SSD fits. That screw goes in there. That screw in there. Oh, and I just realized we need to brackets on. That would probably be helpful. So, the first retention bracket is now together. Now the second drive retention bracket. Alrighty. So now it's sort of time for the test. Now, I'm not two people, so I'm going to you anyway. I'm gonna lay this beautiful piece of technology down. Peel the is back on. Ah, yes, my little Palm PDA doing its beepy thing. Let's grab the power strip. Now, if everything works, it better after what I just went through. When I press the power button, this thing should boot into macOS Monterey, or at the very least, it should just boot. Okay, that's good. Apple logo, that's also good. Loading bar, that's even better. Okay. Alright. Got a screen. The Magic keyboard, or wireless keyboard, I guess this is before they called it Magic. My keyboard needs batteries. Those two. We'll make Kirkland. Good, got power. And holy heck, is that snappy. Recognize the 32 gigs of RAM. Nice. So far, everything is working. No, that's the Let me hop onto YouTube. I mean, so far everything is responding. mean, this is incredible. At 4 hours, after 4 hours of work, exactly on the dot, 4 hours, we did it. We upgraded the RAM, repasted the CPU, and we upgraded the RAM, repasted the CPU, and replaced the hard drive with an SSD on a 21.5-inch iMac from 2017. I don't know if I ever want to do this again. I really don't. This was, without a doubt, one of the most ridiculous, the most ridiculous hoops I have had to jump through to do something as simple as a RAM upgrade. A RAM upgrade. On any other computer, this would be a 2 or maybe 3-step process involving opening the RAM hatch, removing the old RAM, and installing the new RAM. But no, this was, according to iFixit, 63 steps. I don't really think OWC counted the amount of steps to the dot, but I'd be willing to bet it would be somewhere around that as well. Again, this is something I recommend you only do if you feel you are 100% confident in your ability to do something like this. Otherwise, I would suggest having a technician look at your computer. For example, LevelUp Computers and Technology, like me. So, now that all of that is done, I am going to use my new daily driver iMac. With that said, thank you for tuning in to tonight's stream. This was Eric Jacob with LevelUp Computers and Technology, and I am now signing off.